Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Scent of Memory. In the perpetual twilight of Zaun's lower levels, where chemical fog mingles with the breath of 1,000 desperate souls, a different kind of hunter prowls the shadows. Tonight, as darkness settles like a familiar shroud, let us follow the story of one who walks the line between man and monster, whose very existence challenges our understanding of what it means to be human. Deep beneath the gleaming towers of Piltover, where sunlight never touches the corroded metal grates and crumbling stone foundations, the air itself tells stories. Each breath carries traces of 1,000 different lives, the metallic tang of blood from a fresh wound, the acrid burn of chemtech experimentation, the sweet decay of organic matter breaking down in the perpetual dampness. And somewhere in this symphony of scents, moving through the maze of pipes and catwalks with predatory grace, Warwick follows trails that others cannot even perceive. You might imagine him as he moves through these forgotten spaces, his massive frame somehow finding silence, despite the mechanical augmentations that have replaced so much of his original form. His claws, each one a masterwork of twisted science, find purchase on surfaces that would challenge any normal creature. The chemtech that courses through his veins pulses with an eerie green light, visible through gaps in his scarred flesh, casting strange shadows on the walls as he passes. But it is his nose that truly sets him apart in this urban wilderness, where others might smell only the general miasma of Zaun's industrial decay. Warwick experiences a rich tapestry of individual stories, the fierce sweat of a gang member 3 blocks away, the distinctive chemical signature of shimmer being processed in a hidden laboratory, the copper-sweet scent of violence about to unfold in some distant alley. Each smell tells him something, guides him toward his next hunt, his next moment of purpose in an existence that often feels more like a waking nightmare than life. Tonight, as he perches on a rusted water pipe overlooking one of Zaun's countless criminal exchanges, something else catches his attention. Beneath the expected odors of illegal commerce and barely contained violence, there's something familiar, something that tugs at memories he thought had been burned away by chemical fire and surgical steel. The scent carries him backward through time, past the pain and the transformation, to moments when the world made different sense. He remembers, in fragments that come like lightning flashes in his altered mind, what it felt like to walk these same streets on 2 legs instead of 4, to breathe this same toxic air with lungs that were entirely his own, to see the world through eyes that hadn't been rebuilt with chemtech precision. These memories arrive unbidden and unwelcome, carrying with them an ache that no amount of physical pain has ever quite matched. The scent grows stronger, more insistent, and with it comes a name that resonates through his consciousness like a bell tolling in the distance. Singed, the chemist who remade him, who turned flesh into a canvas for twisted science, who transformed a brutal but human gang leader into something that exists in the spaces between categories. The very thought of that name sends chemical reactions cascading through his enhanced nervous system, flooding him with sensations that are part rage, part longing, and part something he can't quite name. You can sense how the hunt begins to consume him then, how his enhanced senses sharpen even further as they lock onto this most personal of trails. His claws extend instinctively, the mechanical servos in his limbs humming to life as his body prepares for what it was designed to do. But beneath the monster's eagerness for the chase, something else stirs, something that remembers what it was like to make choices, to feel guilt, to question whether the path ahead leads toward justice or merely revenge. The criminals below him continue their transaction, unaware that death incarnate crouches mere meters above their heads. Their voices carry upward through the chemical haze, discussing territories and profits, debts and retribution. Once, these might have been his concerns as well. Once, he might have been the one standing in that circle, calculating angles and probabilities, planning his next move in Zaun's endless game of survival and dominance. Now, he is something else entirely. Neither fully the beast that his form suggests, nor completely the man that his memories insist he once was. He exists in a state of constant transformation, his consciousness shifting like the chemical tides that flow through Zaun's arteries. Sometimes he feels more human, capable of complex thought and emotional nuance. Other times, the animal nature that Singe grafted onto his soul takes precedence, reducing the world to simple equations of predator and prey. The scent trail beckons him onward, away from the easy hunt below and toward something far more complicated. He knows that following it will mean confronting not just the chemist who remade him, but the questions that have haunted every moment since his transformation. What remains of the man he was? What purpose does his current existence serve? And perhaps most troubling of all, if he found a way to undo what was done to him, would he even want to return to what he was before? As Warwick disappears into the labyrinth of Zaun's infrastructure, following a trail that leads backward through time as much as forward through space, the criminals below continue their business, never knowing how close they came to becoming another chapter in the hunter's long and bloody story. The city exhales around him, its chemical breath carrying 10,000 stories of transformation and loss, of dreams corrupted and purposes perverted. But tonight, there is only one story that matters to the creature who was once a man, who might still be a man, who fears he may never be fully human again. It is the story of how monsters are made, and whether they can ever truly be unmade. It is the story of Warwick, the uncaged wrath of Zaun, and the long, dark journey that brought him to prowl these shadows in search of something that might, if he's fortunate, still be called redemption. In the distance, a siren wails through the chemical fog, and Warwick's enhanced hearing picks up the sound long before it reaches human ears. But for once, he doesn't turn toward the promise of violence and justice that such sounds usually represent. Tonight, he has a different hunt to pursue, one that will take him through the deepest chambers of his own transformed soul. As we follow his story through the nights ahead, perhaps we might consider what it truly means to lose oneself, and whether the path back to humanity can ever be walked by those who have traveled too far into the darkness. What do you think remains constant in us, even when everything else about our existence has been changed beyond recognition? Chapter 2, Streets of Grey. Long before Chemtech coursed through altered veins and mechanical claws replaced human hands, there walked through Zaun's treacherous streets a man whose name carried weight in whispered conversations and back-alley negotiations. In the time before transformation, when flesh was still entirely flesh, and choices still felt like choices, Warwick carved his place in the Undercity's brutal hierarchy through cunning, violence, and an understanding of human nature that would prove both his greatest asset and his ultimate downfall. Picture, if you will, the Zaun of decades past, when the great rift between the upper and lower cities was perhaps less pronounced but no less real. The chemical industries were already established, their toxic byproducts already seeping into the soil and water, but the full extent of what Piltover's progress would cost had not yet been realized. In this world of perpetual gray, where hope came in small doses and survival required constant vigilance, young Warwick learned the lessons that would shape the man he became. He was not born to leadership, nor did greatness seek him out in his youth. Rather, like so many of Zaun's children, he earned his place through necessity and persistence. The streets taught him that mercy was a luxury few could afford, that loyalty was a currency more valuable than gold, and that the willingness to do what others could not or would not do was the surest path to power. These were harsh lessons, learned in the language of split lips and bloodied knuckles, but they formed the foundation of everything he would later become. You might imagine him as he was then, walking through the maze of catwalks and suspended bridges that connected Zaun's various levels, his presence commanding a respect that few men his age had earned. He moved with the confidence of someone who understood the rules of the world he inhabited, who had learned to read the subtle signs that meant the difference between opportunity and trap, between profitable venture and deadly mistake. His eyes, still entirely human then, held the kind of calculating intelligence that made potential enemies think twice and potential allies eager to earn his favor. The gang he built around himself was not the largest in Zaun, nor was it the most brutal, but it possessed something that many of its competitors lacked: discipline. Warwick understood that random violence was the tool of the desperate and the weak. True power came from controlled application of force, from knowing exactly when to strike and when to hold back, from building a reputation so fearsome that the mere threat of action was often enough to achieve one's goals. His territory encompassed several blocks in the Grey, that vast middle section of Zaun, where most of the city's legitimate business was conducted alongside its decidedly less legitimate enterprises. Here, in workshops that produced both legal goods and illegal substances, in taverns that served as meeting places for criminals and honest workers alike, Warwick's influence grew like a carefully tended poisonous plant. He collected debts, settled disputes, eliminated problems, and gradually transformed himself from a street thug into something approaching a businessman, albeit one whose business often involved activities that polite society preferred to ignore. But it was not merely ambition that drove him during those early years. There was something else, something deeper and more personal, that pushed him to climb higher in Zaun's dangerous social structure. Perhaps it was the memory of hunger from his childhood, the recollection of nights when sleep came hard on an empty stomach, while the lights of Piltover gleamed mockingly overhead. Perhaps it was the knowledge that in Zaun, those who did not seize power for themselves would inevitably find themselves at the mercy of those who did. Or perhaps, even then, there was some part of him that hungered for something he could not quite name, something that drove him to seek ever greater heights of influence and control. The people who worked for him during those years remember a man who was demanding but fair, cruel when crossed, but capable of surprising generosity toward those who served him well. He paid his debts, honored his agreements, and never asked his followers to take risks that he was not willing to take himself. In the brutal arithmetic of Zaun's criminal underworld, these qualities made him not just a leader but something rarer, a leader worth following. You can sense how the violence of his early life was not random or sadistic, but purposeful and measured. When blood needed to be spilled, Warwick spilled it himself rather than delegating the task to subordinates. When territories needed to be defended, he stood on the front lines rather than commanding from safety. When deals went bad and retribution was required, his was the face that delivered the message. This personal approach to leadership earned him a reputation for reliability that extended beyond his immediate circle, making him a valuable ally and a dangerous enemy. The years of his ascendancy were marked by a series of carefully planned expansions of territory and influence. He absorbed smaller gangs through a combination of intimidation and incentive, offering protection and profit to those who joined him willingly and swift destruction to those who chose to resist. He formed alliances with other criminal organizations when it suited his purposes and broke them just as readily when circumstances changed. Through it all, he maintained the cold pragmatism that had carried him from the streets to the heights of Zaun's underworld. But even as his power grew, there were signs of the restlessness that would eventually lead to his downfall. The routine of criminal administration, the endless cycle of collecting payments and settling disputes, began to wear on him in ways that physical danger never had. He found himself taking greater risks, pursuing more dangerous ventures, seeking challenges that would test not just his organization but himself personally. It was as if some part of him recognized that he was becoming too comfortable, too settled, and that comfort in Zaun was often a prelude to destruction. The chemical industries that formed the backbone of Zaun's economy were expanding during this period, and with them came new opportunities for profit and new forms of danger. Warwick's organization began dealing in substances that were more exotic and more hazardous than the simple drugs and weapons that had formed their traditional stock in trade. Chemical compounds that could enhance human performance or alter consciousness in unprecedented ways, experimental substances that promised miraculous results but carried risks that were only beginning to be understood. It was through these ventures into the darker corners of Zaun's chemical trade that Warwick first encountered the name that would come to define his fate: Singed. The mad chemist was already developing a reputation in certain circles as someone who could produce results that others deemed impossible, albeit at costs that conventional morality found unacceptable. Their first dealings were simple business transactions, purchases of specialized compounds that commanded premium prices on the black market. Yet even then, there were signs that these were not ordinary business relationships. Singed displayed an interest in Warwick that went beyond the purely commercial, asking questions about his organization, his methods, his long-term goals. At the time, such curiosity seemed merely the prudent caution of a supplier vetting a potential long-term client. Only later would Warwick understand that he was being studied, evaluated, measured against criteria that had nothing to do with his ability to pay for chemical services. As his involvement with Singed's operations deepened, Warwick found himself drawn into ventures that pushed the boundaries of what even Zaun's flexible moral standards could accommodate. Experiments that required live subjects, research that produced substances of unimaginable toxicity, projects that seemed to blur the line between chemistry and something that might have been called magic in more superstitious times. Each step down this path seemed logical in isolation, but together they formed a trajectory that was leading him toward something far more dangerous than any gang war or territorial dispute. The man who had built his reputation on careful calculation and measured risk was gradually being drawn into a world where the very concepts of risk and reward took on meanings he had never previously imagined. In the chemical laboratories hidden beneath Zaun's industrial facade, in the experimental chambers where the boundaries of human enhancement were being explored and violated, Warwick was moving toward a transformation that would reshape not just his body, but his entire understanding of what it meant to exist. And through it all, he remained convinced that he was in control, that his intelligence and experience would be sufficient to navigate whatever challenges lay ahead. He could not yet imagine a world in which his very sense of self might become the raw material for someone else's twisted vision of perfection. The streets of gray that had shaped him, that had taught him the lessons of survival and dominance, were preparing to claim their final payment from the man who thought he had mastered their secrets. How often do we walk confidently toward our own transformation, believing we understand the path ahead when we can barely see beyond the next step? Chapter 3. The Chemist's Shadow. In the deepest recesses of Zaun's industrial maze, where the line between genius and madness dissolves like flesh in acid, there existed a laboratory that few had seen, and fewer still had left unchanged. Here, surrounded by bubbling vats and crackling apparatus, worked a mind that viewed the human form not as a sacred vessel, but as raw material for grand experimentation. Tonight, we turn our attention to the architect of transformation himself, the chemist whose shadow would eventually engulf Warwick's destiny. Singed had not always been the figure of whispered horror that criminal organizations spoke of in hushed tones. Once, perhaps, he had been merely another researcher in Piltover's gleaming academies, another brilliant mind devoted to the advancement of human knowledge through chemical science. But the rigid ethical constraints of legitimate research, the endless committees and oversight boards, the requirement to consider consequences beyond immediate results, had proven too confining for an intellect that saw morality as merely another variable to be manipulated in the pursuit of greater understanding. You might envision him in those early days, before exile and isolation had fully claimed him, presenting his theories to rooms full of distinguished colleagues who recoiled from the implications of his work. Where others saw human subjects requiring protection and consideration, Singed perceived opportunities for advancement that conventional ethics would never permit. Where traditional chemists sought to heal and enhance within acceptable boundaries, he dreamed of fundamental transformation that would reshape the very nature of biological existence. The transition from respected researcher to underground experimenter had been gradual, marked by a series of increasingly questionable projects that pushed him further from the mainstream of Piltovan science. First came the studies that required subjects who could not legally consent to participation, then the experiments that produced results too dangerous to publish through normal channels. Finally, the research that crossed lines so fundamental that even Piltover's flexible definition of acceptable risk could no longer accommodate his work. Exile from the upper city had been inevitable, but for Singed it represented liberation rather than punishment. In Zaun's chemical-soaked underworld, where desperation made people willing to accept risks that rational consideration would reject, he found an environment perfectly suited to his expanding vision. Here, among the industrial runoff and toxic waste of Piltover's progress, he could pursue research that would have been impossible under any other circumstances. His laboratory, constructed in the abandoned lower levels of a former chemical processing plant, became a testament to his twisted ingenuity. Apparatus of his own design filled rooms that had once housed legitimate manufacturing equipment, creating an environment where the normal rules of chemistry were bent and broken in service of increasingly ambitious goals. Vats contained compounds that had never existed in nature, their contents shifting through colors that had no names and exhibiting properties that challenged fundamental assumptions about how matter should behave. The subjects for his experiments came from Zaun's endless supply of the desperate and expendable. Criminal organizations provided him with prisoners who had violated their codes. Gang wars delivered wounded fighters who might serve science better than they had served their former masters. The city's chemical industries produced workers whose exposure to toxic substances had already begun transformations that Singed could study and potentially redirect toward more interesting outcomes. You can sense how methodically he approached each new opportunity, documenting every detail of the transformation process with the precision of a master craftsman. Pain was merely data to be recorded, screams simply acoustic evidence of successful nerve stimulation. The boundary between researcher and subject had dissolved in his mind, replaced by a purer relationship between sculptor and clay, artist and medium. His reputation grew slowly at first, spreading through Zaun's criminal networks like a particularly virulent chemical reaction. Whispers spoke of a chemist who could enhance human performance beyond natural limits, who could graft capabilities from one species onto another, who could blur the lines between flesh and machine in ways that conventional medicine deemed impossible. These stories attracted clients whose ambitions exceeded their moral constraints. Individuals and organizations willing to pay premium prices for services that no legitimate practitioner would provide. But Singed's true fascination lay not in simple enhancement or augmentation, but in the complete reconstruction of biological systems. He dreamed of creating new forms of life that combined the best attributes of multiple species, hybrid beings that would represent evolutionary leaps impossible through natural selection. His early successes were modest. Criminals whose reflexes had been enhanced through surgical implantation of foreign nervous tissue, fighters whose muscle mass had been increased through carefully controlled exposure to growth-inducing compounds. Each success led to more ambitious projects, more dramatic transformations, more fundamental violations of natural law. He began combining human subjects with animal characteristics, grafting predatory instincts onto human intelligence, implanting mechanical components into organic systems. The results were often horrific, sometimes magnificent, always educational in ways that expanded his understanding of what boundaries could be crossed. The chemical compounds he developed during this period represented advances in biological manipulation that conventional science would not achieve for decades, if ever. Substances that could rewrite genetic code in living subjects, solutions that could merge disparate tissue types into functional wholes, serums that could alter consciousness while leaving intelligence intact. Each formula was a masterpiece of perverse innovation, a testament to what brilliant minds could accomplish when freed from ethical constraints. His workshop became a gallery of living art, populated by subjects in various stages of transformation. Some retained enough human awareness to serve as assistants in their own continued modification. Others had been so thoroughly altered that their original nature was discernible only through careful examination of their remaining human features. All served as both experiments and inspiration for future projects. The most sophisticated of his creations occupied a special section of the laboratory, subjects whose transformations had achieved a balance between human intelligence and enhanced capabilities that represented the pinnacle of his artistic vision. These beings retained enough of their original personalities to appreciate what had been done to them, while possessing new abilities that elevated them far beyond their original forms. They were his proudest achievements, living proof that the human form was merely a starting point for greater possibilities. Among the criminal organizations that provided him with subjects and resources, certain individuals began to attract his particular attention. Leaders whose combination of intelligence, physical capability, and psychological resilience made them ideal candidates for his most ambitious projects. Warwick's name had appeared in his notes months before their first business transaction, marked with annotations that suggested interests far beyond simple commercial exchange. You might imagine Singed studying reports of Warwick's activities with the focused attention of a connoisseur evaluating a particularly fine vintage. The gang leader's tactical intelligence, his physical prowess, his psychological profile, all marked him as exceptional raw material for transformation. But more than that, there was something in Warwick's nature that resonated with Singed's vision of enhanced humanity, a predatory essence that could be refined and amplified, a capacity for violence that could be surgically perfected. The gradual escalation of their business relationship represented careful cultivation on Singed's part, each transaction designed to draw Warwick deeper into his sphere of influence. Chemical compounds that enhanced the gang's effectiveness were provided at favorable rates. Specialized services that eliminated rivals were offered as gestures of professional courtesy. Trust was built through demonstrated value, dependence cultivated through increasingly sophisticated products that could not be obtained elsewhere. Through careful observation and subtle manipulation, Singed began to understand not just Warwick's strengths but his weaknesses, his fears, his desires. The intelligence that had made him successful in Zaun's criminal hierarchy could be channeled toward accepting risks that rational analysis would reject. The pragmatism that had built his organization could be turned toward embracing opportunities that conventional morality would refuse. As their relationship deepened, Singed began to share glimpses of his larger vision, his dreams of transformation that would transcend the limitations of natural evolution. He spoke of enhancement as a form of apotheosis, of chemical modification as a path to realizing humanity's true potential. These conversations were seductive in their way, appealing to something in Warwick that recognized the arbitrary nature of the boundaries that defined normal human existence. The trap was being constructed with the patience and precision that characterized all of Singed's work, each element carefully positioned to guide his intended subject toward the moment of capture. But, unlike his previous experiments, this transformation would represent something unprecedented in scope and ambition, a project that would test the very limits of what his science could achieve. In the shadows of his laboratory, surrounded by the evidence of his previous successes and failures, Singed prepared for the work that would become his masterpiece. How often do we mistake the architect of our destruction for a benefactor, seeing opportunity where we should recognize the carefully prepared snare? Chapter 4. Capture and Descent. The night that would forever divide Warwick's existence into before and after began like so many others in his criminal career, with a deal that promised profit and required only the kind of calculated risk that had built his reputation. Yet beneath the familiar surface of another underground transaction, forces were already in motion that would transform the hunter into the hunted, the predator into prey, in ways that his considerable intelligence could never have anticipated. The proposition had come through channels that Warwick trusted, delivered by intermediaries whose reliability he had tested through years of successful business. A rival gang had acquired a shipment of experimental chemicals that could potentially revolutionize the underground drug trade, substances so potent and profitable that their theft would cripple the competition while providing resources for months of expansion. The job required precision rather than overwhelming force, stealth rather than spectacular violence, exactly the kind of operation that Warwick's organization had perfected. You might picture him in those final hours of his human existence, reviewing plans and contingencies with the methodical attention to detail that had kept him alive through countless dangerous ventures. His lieutenants gathered around improvised maps drawn on salvaged metal sheeting, their voices low as they discussed entry routes and escape plans, backup strategies and emergency protocols. The confidence in the room was palpable, born from years of successful operations and the absolute trust that Warwick's leadership had earned. The target facility occupied several levels of an abandoned industrial complex in one of Zaun's more isolated districts, a location chosen specifically for its distance from prying eyes and interfering authorities. Intelligence reports suggested minimal security, a small force of guards protecting what their employers assumed was just another cache of valuable chemicals. The building's labyrinthine structure, with its maze of pipes and catwalks, storage chambers and processing areas, would provide excellent cover for a small, skilled team. What Warwick's sources had not mentioned, perhaps because they genuinely did not know, was that the facility served a dual purpose. While the upper levels did indeed house the chemical stockpile that had attracted his attention, the lower sections contained something far more significant. One of Singe's secondary laboratories, a research facility where the mad chemist conducted experiments too dangerous even for his primary workshop. The initial stages of the operation proceeded exactly according to plan. Warwick's team infiltrated the complex through a maintenance tunnel, neutralized the perimeter guards with quiet efficiency, and began their methodical advance toward the storage areas where the chemicals were supposedly housed. Their movements were precise and coordinated, the result of countless similar operations that had made them legends in Zaun's criminal underworld. But as they descended deeper into the facility, subtle wrongness began to accumulate like toxic gas seeping through ventilation systems. The chemical odors that filled the air were stranger than expected, carrying notes of organic decay and metallic tang that spoke of processes beyond simple drug manufacture. The sounds that echoed through the corridors were not the mechanical rhythms of industrial equipment, but something more irregular, more organic, occasionally punctuated by noises that might have been screams if they had come from human throats. You can sense how Warwick's instincts began to signal danger long before his rational mind could identify specific threats. Years of survival in Zaun's treacherous environment had honed his ability to recognize when situations were developing beyond his control, when the familiar patterns of criminal enterprise were giving way to something more fundamentally dangerous. But by then, the trap was already closing around him with the inexorable precision of a well-designed chemical reaction. The first indication that this was not a simple robbery came when his team reached what should have been the storage area. Instead of neatly organized chemical containers, they found laboratory equipment of bewildering complexity, apparatus that seemed designed for purposes that conventional chemistry could not explain. Vats filled with substances that shifted through impossible colors, monitoring devices that recorded biological functions from subjects who were nowhere to be seen, surgical implements that appeared designed for procedures that would challenge the boundaries of medical ethics. It was while examining this equipment, trying to understand what they had stumbled into, that Warwick first noticed the gas beginning to seep into the chamber through vents he had not observed during their initial reconnaissance. The substance was odorless and colorless, detectable only through the gradual change it produced in his perception of the environment around him. Colors became more vivid even as his ability to process visual information began to slow. Sounds grew both louder and more distant, as if his ears were simultaneously more sensitive and less capable of interpreting what they detected. His training told him to retreat immediately, to extract his team before whatever was happening could progress further. But the chemical agent was working faster than his body could respond to his mind's commands, slowing his reflexes even as it left his consciousness painfully intact. He watched with growing horror as his lieutenants succumbed to the same paralytic effect, their weapons dropping from nerveless fingers as they struggled against an enemy they could neither see nor fight. The last thing Warwick remembered from that night was the sound of footsteps approaching through the chemical haze, measured and unhurried, carrying the confidence of someone whose plans were proceeding exactly as intended. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and gaunt, moving with the careful precision of a surgeon approaching an operating table. Even through the fog of chemical incapacitation, Warwick recognized the face he had seen only in business meetings, the client who had become something approaching a partner in recent months. Singed looked down at his captured subjects with the satisfied expression of a collector who had finally acquired a particularly prized specimen. His eyes lingered on Warwick with special attention, studying the gang leader's features with the focused intensity of an artist contemplating his next masterpiece. When he spoke, his voice carried the gentle tone of a doctor explaining a medical procedure to a patient, calm and reassuring, and utterly terrifying in its clinical detachment. "I trust you understand that this is nothing personal," Singed said, his words echoing strangely in Warwick's chemically altered perception. "Your organization has served its purpose admirably, providing both materials and test subjects for my research, but you, specifically, represent something far more valuable than simple criminal labor. You possess qualities that make you ideal for my most ambitious project to date." The paralysis was nearly complete now, reducing Warwick to the role of observer in his own capture. He could feel his body being lifted and transported, carried deeper into the facility's lower levels where the true laboratory waited. The journey seemed to last both forever and no time at all, his altered consciousness struggling to maintain coherence as they descended through chambers that grew progressively stranger and more horrifying. You might imagine the mixture of rage and helplessness that filled his mind as he realized the true scope of what was happening to him. This was not merely capture by a rival organization, not simply a business deal gone wrong that could be resolved through negotiation or force. This was something far more fundamental, a transformation of his very existence from subject to object, from person to experimental material. The laboratory that would become his prison was a marvel of twisted engineering, combining Singed genius for chemical manipulation with an aesthetic sensibility that found beauty in biological horror. Apparatus lined the walls like instruments in some nightmarish orchestra, each device designed for purposes that conventional medicine would not dare contemplate. At the center of the space, surrounded by monitoring equipment and life support systems, stood the surgical platform where his transformation would begin. As consciousness faded under the influence of stronger chemical agents, Warwick's last coherent thought was a recognition of how completely he had been outmaneuvered. Every aspect of the operation, from the initial intelligence to the final capture, had been orchestrated with a precision that matched his own best strategic planning. He had walked into the trap not through carelessness or overconfidence, but because he had been guided there by someone whose understanding of human psychology exceeded his own. The hunter had become the hunted, the predator had become prey, and the man who had built his life on calculated risk was about to discover that some calculations led to outcomes beyond imagination. In the chemical-soaked darkness of Singed's laboratory, surrounded by the evidence of countless previous experiments, Warwick began his descent into a transformation that would challenge every assumption about the boundaries between human and animal, between flesh and machine, between choice and inevitability. What do we truly know about our own limitations? And how often do our greatest strengths become the very qualities that lead us toward our most profound vulnerabilities? Chapter 5. The Laboratory of Horrors. In the sterile hell of Singed's laboratory, where the boundaries between science and torture dissolved like flesh in acid, Warwick's transformation began not with a single dramatic procedure, but with a series of methodical modifications that would rebuild him piece by piece. Here, suspended between consciousness and oblivion by chemical agents that kept him aware but helpless, he would discover that the human form was far more malleable than he had ever imagined, that the process of becoming something new required the systematic destruction of everything he had been. The The first phase of his transformation focused on what Singed termed baseline modification, the careful adjustment of Warwick's existing biological systems to accommodate the more dramatic changes that would follow. You might envision him strapped to a surgical platform that had been designed specifically for extended procedures. His body held immobile while monitoring equipment tracked every aspect of his physiological response to the ongoing modifications. Singed worked with the methodical precision of a master craftsman, each incision and injection planned to achieve maximum effect while maintaining the delicate balance necessary to keep his subject alive throughout the process. Chemical compounds flowed through tubes that had been surgically implanted into Warwick's circulatory system, substances that would gradually rewrite his genetic code while he remained conscious enough to experience every moment of the change. The pain, when it came, was unlike anything Warwick had experienced in his years of criminal violence. Physical injury, no matter how severe, carried with it the promise of healing, the possibility that damaged tissue would eventually repair itself and restore function. But this was different, a systematic unmaking that reached down to the cellular level and altered the very foundation of his biological existence. His nervous system, enhanced by Singed's chemicals to maintain sensitivity throughout the procedure, reported sensations that had no equivalent in normal human experience. You can sense how the transformation progressed in waves, each phase building upon the previous modifications, while preparing the way for even more dramatic changes. First came the circulatory enhancements, the introduction of mechanical pumps and chemical reservoirs that would support the more exotic biological functions he would eventually require. His heart, reinforced with synthetic materials and connected to backup systems, began pumping compounds that would have been lethal to unmodified human tissue. The skeletal modifications followed, a process that required breaking and resetting bones while they were rebuilt with materials that combined organic calcium with metallic reinforcement. Warwick felt each fracture as it was created, each surgical insertion of foreign material into structures that had supported him through decades of life. His ribcage was opened and restructured to accommodate organs that no human had ever possessed. His spine was reinforced with mechanical supports that would eventually interface with neural implants, designed to control functions beyond normal biological capability. But it was the muscular modifications that truly began to transform him from human to something else entirely. Singed's techniques for grafting animal tissue onto human frames had been perfected through years of experimentation on less significant subjects, and Warwick received the benefit of all that accumulated knowledge. Wolf DNA, carefully modified and enhanced, was introduced into his system through direct injection into muscle tissue, beginning a slow merger that would eventually blur the line between his human consciousness and predatory instinct. The process was not simply additive, replacing human capabilities with animal equivalents, but transformative in ways that created entirely new forms of function. His muscles began developing fiber types that existed in no natural creature, combinations of human endurance with lupine explosive power, creating strength that far exceeded either species individually. His skeletal structure adapted to support this enhanced musculature, bones growing denser and stronger, while maintaining the flexibility necessary for the inhuman movements he would eventually master. You might imagine Singed monitoring these changes with the focused attention of an artist watching his greatest work take shape, recording every detail of the transformation for future reference, while making subtle adjustments to ensure optimal results. Pain was merely a side effect to be managed, consciousness a tool to be preserved, so that the subject could provide feedback about the ongoing modifications. Warwick's screams, when the chemical restraints permitted them, were simply acoustic data to be analyzed for information about nerve function and stress response. The sensory modifications represented perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of the entire procedure, requiring surgical precision that pushed the boundaries of what even Singed's advanced techniques could achieve. Warwick's existing senses were not merely enhanced but fundamentally restructured, his nervous system rebuilt to process information in ways that combined human cognition with animal perception. His nose was reconstructed with olfactory capabilities that exceeded those of any natural predator, able to detect chemical traces at concentrations that conventional science deemed impossible. His eyes were replaced entirely, the original organs deemed inadequate for the vision that his new form would require. The mechanical substitutes that Singed implanted combined natural biological structures with technological enhancements, creating sight that could function across multiple spectrums while maintaining the neural connections necessary for his continued consciousness. The adjustment period was agonizing, his brain struggling to interpret visual information that came through pathways that had never existed in human anatomy. The auditory enhancements followed a similar pattern, replacing natural structures with hybrid systems that could detect sounds across a range that encompassed everything from subsonic vibrations to ultrasonic frequencies. The surgical procedure required opening his skull to modify the neural pathways that processed auditory information, a process that left him temporarily deaf while new connections were established and tested. But perhaps the most profound modifications were those that affected his central nervous system, the surgical installation of what Singed termed cognitive enhancement nodes that would allow conscious control over biological functions normally governed by autonomous systems. These implants, grown from synthetic neural tissue and connected directly to his spinal cord, created new pathways for consciousness that blended human reasoning with predatory instinct in ways that had never been attempted. The psychological impact of these changes was as significant as the physical transformation, perhaps more so. Warwick found his sense of self fragmenting under the assault of new sensory input and modified neural pathways, his human consciousness struggling to maintain coherence while alien thoughts and instincts began emerging from the animal components that were being integrated into his system. The boundary between his original personality and the wolf-like nature that Singed was grafting onto his mind became increasingly difficult to define. You can sense how each day brought new horrors as the transformation progressed, new violations of the natural order that Warwick had accepted as immutable. His reflection, when Singed occasionally permitted him to see it, showed a face that was becoming increasingly difficult to recognize. The eyes that looked back at him carried intelligence that was recognizably his own, but their mechanical nature created an expression that was neither entirely human nor completely animal. The final phases of the transformation focused on what Singed called integration testing, procedures designed to ensure that all the various modifications could function together as a coherent system. Warwick was subjected to stress tests that pushed his enhanced capabilities to their limits, exercises that verified the successful merger of biological and mechanical components, while identifying any weaknesses that required additional modification. Through it all, Singed maintained the clinical detachment that had characterized his approach from the beginning, treating each scream and plea as valuable feedback rather than evidence of suffering that might call for mercy. His notes, meticulously recorded throughout the process, described the transformation in terms that emphasized scientific achievement while ignoring the human cost of his methods. The man who had once commanded respect through intelligence and determination was being systematically dismantled and rebuilt according to specifications that served purposes he could not yet comprehend. In the chemical-soaked darkness of Singed's laboratory, surrounded by the apparatus of transformation, Warwick was learning that the human form was merely the starting point for possibilities that exceeded imagination, and that the price of such enhancement was the loss of everything that had previously defined existence itself. When the boundaries of our identity are stripped away piece by piece, what remains at the core that we can still call ourselves? Chapter 6. Between Man and Monster. In the liminal space between consciousness and instinct, between memory and impulse, Warwick's mind became a battleground where human thought struggled against animal nature for control of a body that belonged fully to neither. The physical transformation that Singed had wrought was only the beginning of a deeper metamorphosis, one that challenged the very foundations of identity and forced him to confront questions about the nature of self that few beings would ever face. The first indication that his consciousness was changing came not through dramatic revelation, but through subtle shifts in the way he processed the world around him. Thoughts that had once followed logical progression began fragmenting into patterns that felt foreign yet somehow familiar, as if memories that were not his own were beginning to surface from depths he had never known existed. The careful analytical mind that had built his criminal empire found itself competing with impulses that spoke in the language of scent and sound rather than words and concepts. You might imagine him in those early days of integration, strapped to monitoring equipment in Singh's laboratory, struggling to understand why the sterile chemical odors of his prison now told stories that his enhanced senses could read like pages in a book. Each breath brought information that his human mind had never been equipped to process, the fierce sweat of previous subjects still lingering in the air, the metallic tang of blood that had been spilled days earlier, the complex chemical signatures that spoke of pain and terror and death in ways that mere words could never convey. The dreams, when chemical sedation permitted them, became landscapes where human memory and animal instinct blended into narratives that followed rules he could not comprehend. He would find himself running through forests that existed nowhere on Runeterra, pursuing prey that shifted between human form and abstract concept, guided by motivations that felt both completely alien and utterly natural. These nocturnal journeys left him questioning which experiences belonged to his original consciousness, and which emerged from the wolf nature that Singed had grafted onto his neural architecture. The most disturbing aspect of these psychological changes was not their alien nature, but their gradual familiarity. Instincts that should have felt foreign began to seem like recovered memories, as if the predatory consciousness that was emerging had always been present, merely dormant, waiting for the proper chemical catalyst to awaken it. The boundary between Warwick's original personality and the beast mind that was developing became increasingly difficult to define, leaving him uncertain which thoughts were truly his own. You can sense how language itself became problematic as the transformation progressed. Words that had once carried precise meanings began to seem inadequate for expressing experiences that transcended human categories. The concept of hunger, for instance, evolved from a simple physiological need into something far more complex and consuming, encompassing not just the desire for food but for the hunt itself, for the moment of pursuit and capture that satisfied urges deeper than mere nutrition. The enhanced sensory input that resulted from his physical modifications created its own psychological challenges, overwhelming his consciousness with information that no human mind had been designed to process. Every breath brought dozens of distinct scents, each carrying its own story and emotional resonance. Every sound, from the mechanical humming of laboratory equipment to the distant echoes of Zaun's industrial activity, arrived with clarity and detail that made concentration on any single stimulus nearly impossible. His relationship with pain itself underwent fundamental alteration during this period. The constant discomfort of his ongoing transformation began to take on qualities that transcended simple physical sensation, becoming something that his wolf nature processed differently than his human consciousness. What his original mind interpreted as suffering, the predatory aspects of his personality experienced as intensity, as heightened awareness that brought a strange form of satisfaction even as it challenged his sanity. The memories of his human life, once clear and accessible, began to seem like stories told about someone else, events that had happened to a different person in a different world. The careful, strategic thinking that had built his criminal organization felt foreign to a consciousness that was learning to trust instinct over analysis, immediate sensory information over abstract reasoning. The very concepts of planning and patience, which had been fundamental to his success as a gang leader, began to compete with urges toward immediate action and direct confrontation. Yet perhaps the most profound psychological shift was in his relationship with violence itself. Where his human nature had viewed aggression as a tool to be employed strategically, calculated for maximum effect with minimum risk, his emerging animal consciousness experienced it as a form of expression, a natural behavior that required no justification beyond the impulse itself. The merger of these two perspectives created an approach to conflict that was both more efficient and more terrifying than either would have been alone. You might envision him during the rare moments when Singh's restraints permitted movement, testing the capabilities of his transformed body while his consciousness struggled to adapt to the new reality of his existence. Simple actions like walking required conscious thought, as his enhanced muscles and altered skeletal structure demanded different patterns of movement. His hands, now equipped with claws that could extend and retract at will, felt simultaneously familiar and alien, tools that belonged to his body but operated according to principles his mind had never mastered. The social isolation imposed by his captivity added another layer of psychological complexity to his transformation. Human consciousness, even that of a criminal leader accustomed to emotional distance, required some form of connection with others to maintain coherence. The absence of meaningful interaction with anyone other than Singed, who viewed him purely as experimental subject rather than fellow being, left his personality adrift in ways that facilitated the emergence of more primitive psychological patterns. The animal aspects of his consciousness, less dependent on social validation and external structure, began to fill the emotional void left by his isolation. Pack instincts that had no outlet in his current circumstances created phantom connections, imaginary relationships with creatures that existed only in the wolf memories that Singed had implanted in his neural architecture. These psychological constructs provided comfort even as they further distanced him from his original human identity. Time itself became fluid during this period of transformation, his enhanced metabolism and altered sleep patterns disrupting the normal rhythms that human consciousness uses to maintain temporal orientation. Days and nights blended together in the artificial environment of the laboratory, marked only by the schedule of Singed's experiments and the gradual progression of his ongoing modification. His sense of past and future began to collapse into an eternal present dominated by immediate sensory experience and instinctual response. The question of whether he was still fundamentally human became a source of constant internal debate, a philosophical puzzle that his transforming mind approached from perspectives that shifted with each passing day. Some aspects of his original personality remained intact: his strategic intelligence, his capacity for complex reasoning, his ability to understand cause and effect. But these human traits were increasingly influenced by animal instincts that operated according to different priorities and values. The wolf nature that was emerging brought its own form of wisdom, an understanding of the world that was based on immediate sensory truth rather than abstract concepts. This predatory consciousness could read intentions in body language, detect deception through scent, assess threat levels through subtle environmental cues that his human mind had never learned to interpret. The integration of these two forms of awareness created a hybrid intelligence that was neither purely human nor entirely animal. As his transformation neared completion, Warwick found himself existing in a state of constant psychological tension, his consciousness pulled between competing interpretations of reality that could not be easily reconciled. The man he had been and the creature he was becoming existed simultaneously within the same neural architecture, creating an internal dialogue between perspectives that operated according to fundamentally different principles. In the chemical-soaked darkness of Singed's laboratory, surrounded by the apparatus of transformation, Warwick was discovering that identity itself was far more malleable than he had ever imagined. The boundaries between human and animal, between reason and instinct, between self and other, were proving to be constructs rather than natural laws, limitations that could be transcended through sufficient application of scientific knowledge and chemical intervention. When our most fundamental assumptions about our own nature are proven wrong, how do we construct a new understanding of who we are? Chapter 7: The Hunter's Awakening. The moment of liberation came not through careful planning or dramatic rescue, but as an unexpected consequence of Singed's own hubris, a miscalculation that would release into Zaun's depths a predator unlike any the city had ever known. On a night when chemical storms raged through the upper levels, and the very air seemed alive with electrical discharge, an overload in the laboratory's power systems created the opportunity that Warwick's hybrid consciousness had been waiting for, though he had not yet understood the patience that his transformation had taught him. The explosion that shattered his containment unit was felt throughout several city blocks, a chemical detonation that spoke of experiments pushed beyond safe parameters and safeguards, that had finally failed under the strain of supporting impossibilities. You might imagine the chaos that erupted in Singed's laboratory as backup systems struggled to contain reactions that were spiraling out of control, emergency protocols activating too late to prevent the cascade failure that would reshape everything. In the moments immediately following his release, Warwick experienced a sensory awakening that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. The enhancement to his perception that had seemed merely theoretical during his captivity suddenly became lived reality, flooding his consciousness with information that arrived through channels his human mind had never possessed. The chemical signature of fear from laboratory assistants fleeing the disaster, the metallic taste of blood from subjects injured in the explosion, the complex electromagnetic patterns generated by failing equipment, all registered with clarity that made his previous existence seem muffled by comparison. His first attempts at movement in his transformed body were clumsy, the integration between enhanced musculature and mechanical augmentation, requiring conscious coordination that his altered nervous system had not yet mastered. But the wolf instincts that Singed had grafted onto his consciousness provided guidance that transcended rational thought, teaching him through impulse and intuition how to navigate with limbs that operated according to principles his human experience had never encountered. You can sense the predatory excitement that surged through him as he discovered the true extent of his physical capabilities. Claws that could extend and retract at will, strong enough to tear through metal plating that would have resisted human tools. Muscles that could propel him across distances that defied conventional understanding of biological limitation. Reflexes enhanced to the point where the world around him seemed to move in slow motion, giving him time to process and respond to threats that would have overwhelmed normal human reaction time. The laboratory complex that had been his prison became the testing ground for abilities he was only beginning to understand. Each corridor he navigated taught him something new about the relationship between his consciousness and his transformed body, the ways that intention could be translated into action through pathways that combined human will with animal instinct. The fear sense of fleeing personnel triggered responses that were part conscious choice and part automatic reaction, hunting behaviors that emerged from depths of his psyche that had not existed before his transformation. His escape route took him through chambers filled with evidence of Singed's other experiments, specimens in various stages of modification that had not been fortunate enough to survive their transformations. These glimpses into the scope of the chemist's work filled him with emotions that his hybrid consciousness struggled to categorize. Rage at the violation of his own body mixed with something that might have been compassion for fellow victims, while predatory satisfaction at having survived what killed others created responses that his human mind found disturbing. The first taste of Zaun's toxic air through enhanced senses was a revelation that redefined his understanding of the city he had thought he knew. Chemical traces that had been invisible to his human perception now told detailed stories about industrial processes, criminal activities, and the daily struggles of countless inhabitants trying to survive in an environment that was slowly poisoning them. The gray, which had once seemed like familiar territory, revealed itself to be a complex ecosystem of overlapping scents and sounds that painted a picture of urban life far richer than anything his original senses had detected. You might envision him in those first hours of freedom, moving through abandoned sections of the industrial district while learning to trust instincts that operated faster than conscious thought. His enhanced hearing picked up sounds from miles away, conversations in distant buildings, the mechanical rhythms of manufacturing equipment, the subtle audio signatures that distinguished legal activity from criminal enterprise. This expanded awareness created a form of omniscience that was both intoxicating and disorienting. The hunger that began to assert itself was unlike anything from his human experience, encompassing not just the need for nutrition, but for the hunt itself. His transformed metabolism required sustenance that normal food could not provide, chemical compounds that could only be obtained from living sources through methods that his civilized consciousness found repugnant. But the predatory aspects of his personality experienced this necessity as opportunity, a chance to engage capabilities that had been dormant during his captivity. His first hunt was almost accidental. an encounter with gang members who made the mistake of viewing his altered appearance as weakness rather than threat. The violence that followed was swift and efficient, guided by instincts that knew exactly where to strike for maximum effect. But more significant than the physical act was the psychological response it generated, a satisfaction that transcended mere survival and touched something fundamental about his new nature. The taste of blood, when it came, carried information that his enhanced senses could read like text. The chemical history of his victims, their recent activities, their emotional states at the moment of death, all became available through biological processes that his human mind struggled to comprehend. This form of knowledge was immediate and visceral, bypassing rational analysis to provide understanding that operated on levels deeper than conscious thought. But perhaps the most profound aspect of his awakening was the discovery that his transformation had not simply added animal capabilities to human consciousness, but had created something entirely new. The hybrid intelligence that emerged from the merger of human reasoning and predatory instinct operated according to principles that belonged fully to neither species. He could think with human logic while acting on animal impulse, plan with strategic precision while responding to immediate sensory input, maintain long-term goals while living completely in the present moment. You can sense how this new form of awareness changed his relationship with Zaun itself. The city that had once been merely territory to be controlled became something more complex, hunting ground, ecosystem, and home simultaneously. His enhanced senses revealed patterns of activity that were invisible to normal perception, cycles of violence and commerce that followed rhythms determined by factors ranging from industrial schedules to lunar phases. The criminal organizations that had once been rivals or resources became something different in his transformed understanding. Their members registered not as fellow humans, but as potential prey, their activities generating scent trails and behavioral patterns that his predatory consciousness could read and predict. The strategic knowledge from his human past combined with hunting instincts from his animal nature to create an approach to urban predation that was uniquely effective. Yet even as his animal nature celebrated the freedom to hunt, his human consciousness grappled with questions about what he had become and what purposes his transformation might serve. The man who had built his reputation on controlled violence found himself struggling to maintain that control when every instinct urged immediate action. The leader who had commanded through intelligence and planning discovered that his enhanced intuition often provided better guidance than rational analysis. The nights following his escape became a period of exploration and experimentation, learning the boundaries of his new existence while avoiding the attention of authorities who would not understand what they were dealing with. Zaun's labyrinthine structure provided perfect cover for a predator who could move through spaces that normal beings could not access, hunt prey that remained unaware of his presence until the moment of attack. But beneath the excitement of discovery and the satisfaction of successful hunts, deeper questions began to assert themselves. The transformation that had freed him from human limitations had also severed many of the connections that had previously given his existence meaning. The organization he had built, the relationships he had cultivated, the goals he had pursued, all belonged to a version of himself that no longer existed. In the chemical-soaked darkness of Zaun's depths, moving through territories that were both familiar and completely transformed by his enhanced perception, Warwick began to understand that his awakening was only the beginning of a longer journey. The man he had been was gone. The creature he had become was still emerging, and the synthesis of these two natures would require choices that neither human reason nor animal instinct could make alone. When we discover capabilities we never knew we possessed, how do we decide which aspects of our former selves deserve to be preserved? Chapter 8. Blood and Justice. In the months that followed his transformation, as Warwick learned to navigate existence between human consciousness and predatory instinct, a strange form of purpose began to emerge from the chaos of his new nature. The hunter that Singed had created discovered within himself a capacity for moral judgment that transcended the simple predator-prey relationships his animal instincts might have suggested. What emerged was something unprecedented in Zaun's violent ecosystem, a creature capable of distinguishing between those who deserved mercy and those who had forfeited their right to continued existence. The first indication that his hunting patterns followed ethical rather than merely opportunistic principles came when he encountered a group of criminals terrorizing one of Zaun's few remaining legitimate businesses. His enhanced senses had detected the fear scent from blocks away, the particular chemical signature that spoke of innocence under threat rather than criminal competition. You might imagine him perched in the shadows above the scene, his hybrid consciousness weighing responses that ranged from simple predatory satisfaction to something more complex that his human memories recognized as a desire for justice. The violence that followed was swift and precise, but what distinguished it from mere animal aggression was its selectivity. Where a simple predator might have attacked the largest or most threatening target, Warwick's enhanced intelligence guided him toward the individuals whose scent carried traces of previous violence, whose body language spoke of habitual cruelty rather than desperate circumstance. His claws found the throats of those who had chosen to make others suffer, while sparing those whose participation seemed driven by necessity rather than malice. You can sense how this encounter awakened something in his transformed consciousness that had been dormant during his captivity and early escape. The satisfaction he derived from protecting the innocent was different from the purely physical pleasure of successful hunting, touching aspects of his personality that connected to memories of who he had been before Singed's interventions. Perhaps it was an echo of the gang leader who had protected his territory and followers, or perhaps something deeper that had always existed beneath the criminal exterior. The word of these selective killings spread through Zaun's criminal networks with the speed of particularly virulent gossip, carrying descriptions that varied wildly depending on the perspective of the storyteller. Some spoke of a demon that hunted only the cruel, others of a mechanical monster that could smell guilt on its victims. The truth, as it often did in Zaun, became distorted through repetition, until the reality of Warwick's existence seemed less credible than the myths that grew around his activities. But for those who had witnessed his interventions directly, who had seen the careful discrimination he exercised in choosing targets, a different understanding began to emerge. In a city where justice was a luxury that few could afford, and law enforcement served primarily to protect the interests of those with sufficient wealth to purchase protection, Warwick's presence represented something that Zaun had never possessed: impartial moral authority, backed by the power to enforce its judgments. His hunting grounds expanded gradually as his confidence in his new capabilities grew, and his understanding of Zaun's criminal ecosystem deepened. The enhanced senses that had once been overwhelming in their intensity became tools of investigation that surpassed anything conventional law enforcement could have achieved. He could track individuals through scent trails that remained detectable for days, read the chemical history of their recent activities, identify their associates through trace pheromones that lingered on clothing and equipment. You might envision him moving through the vertical maze of Zaun's architecture like a force of nature guided by moral purpose, his presence transforming the calculus of criminal enterprise in ways that traditional authority had never managed. Where police raids were anticipated and avoided, where rival gangs could be negotiated with or corrupted, he was justice incarnate in a form that responded only to the evidence of wrongdoing that his enhanced perception could detect. The psychological effect of his activities on Zaun's criminal population was perhaps more significant than the physical elimination of individual wrongdoers. The knowledge that somewhere in the city's depths prowled a creature that could distinguish between criminal necessity and sadistic choice, that could track the guilty through abilities that bordered on supernatural, created a form of deterrence that conventional law enforcement had never achieved. Some criminals modified their behavior to avoid attracting his attention, while others simply fled to other cities where their activities would not risk encounters with something that defied rational understanding. But the moral framework that guided his hunting was not simple, and the decisions he faced often required balancing considerations that his hybrid consciousness struggled to categorize. The gang member who stole to feed dependent children presented a different ethical challenge than the chem baron who poisoned communities for profit. The desperate parent who turned to violence to protect their family could not be judged by the same standards as the casual killer who took lives for entertainment. His enhanced intelligence, combining human reasoning with animal intuition, developed increasingly sophisticated approaches to these moral complexities. He learned to read not just the immediate circumstances of criminal activity, but the broader context that shaped individual choices. Scent could tell him about malnutrition, fear, desperation, and addiction, while body language revealed the difference between reluctant participation and eager cruelty. You can sense how this moral evolution transformed his relationship with his own nature, reconciling the predatory satisfaction of successful hunting with the intellectual satisfaction of serving a purpose larger than mere survival. The animal aspects of his consciousness provided the efficiency and ruthlessness necessary for effective action, while his human heritage supplied the ethical framework that distinguished justice from simple vengeance. The territory he patrolled gradually expanded to encompass not just the criminal enterprises that threatened innocent civilians, but the corrupt officials and exploitative business practices that created the conditions forcing ordinary people toward desperate choices. His definition of hunting expanded beyond individual wrongdoers to include systemic problems that required more subtle forms of intervention. Some of his most effective work involved psychological rather than physical hunting, using his fearsome reputation to discourage harmful activities without the need for actual violence. The knowledge that he was watching, that his enhanced senses could detect deception and track guilt through chemical signatures that normal investigation could never identify, became a form of omnipresent moral authority that influenced behavior across entire districts. The irony of his situation was not lost on his human consciousness. The criminal, who had built his reputation through controlled violence, had become an agent of justice through uncontrolled transformation. The gang leader who had operated outside the law had evolved into something that enforced a more fundamental form of legal authority than any official institution could provide. Yet the loneliness of his existence remained profound, isolation that was deepened by the very effectiveness of his moral mission. The innocents he protected feared him as much as the criminals he hunted, unable to distinguish between his selective violence and the random brutality they had learned to expect from Zaun's monsters. The gratitude he occasionally detected through enhanced senses was always mixed with terror, recognition that his interventions, however beneficial, came from something that existed outside normal human categories. His relationship with his own past became increasingly complex as he encountered situations that echoed his previous life in criminal leadership. The territorial disputes, protection rackets, and power struggles that had once been his professional concerns now appeared to him through the lens of moral judgment rather than strategic opportunity. Some of his former associates had become targets of his hunting, their continued activities marking them as obstacles to the justice he now served. The question of whether his current purpose represented genuine moral evolution or simply a more sophisticated form of predatory behavior occupied his thoughts during the quiet hours between hunts. Was his protection of the innocent driven by ethical conviction or by instincts that had been programmed into him through Singed's modifications? Did it matter, as long as the results served the greater good of reducing suffering in a city that had seen too much? In the chemical-soaked darkness of Zaun's depths, moving through territories where his presence had become legend and his interventions had created pockets of relative safety in an otherwise chaotic urban ecosystem, Warwick continued his strange mission of enforced justice. The creature that emerged from Singed's laboratory had found purpose in protecting those who could not protect themselves, serving as both judge and executioner in cases where conventional authority was absent or corrupt. When our own capacity for judgment has been enhanced beyond human norms, how do we ensure that our pursuit of justice does not become another form of tyranny? Chapter 9. The Scent of Singed. Beneath every hunt for justice, beneath every moment of moral clarity that guided Warwick through Zaun's labyrinthine streets, there burned a deeper purpose that consumed him with an intensity that transcended both human obsession and animal instinct. The chemical signature of his creator lingered in his enhanced memory like a wound that would not heal, a scent trail that led not just through physical space, but through the fundamental questions of identity and purpose that had haunted him since his transformation. The pursuit of Singed was unlike any other hunt in Warwick's transformed existence, combining the methodical patience he had learned as a criminal leader with predatory instincts that operated on levels deeper than conscious thought. Every chemical trace, every residual pheromone signature, every subtle indication of the mad chemist's presence was catalogued and analyzed through sensory capabilities that could detect molecular evidence weeks after it had been deposited. You might imagine him during the long nights when his other hunting was complete, when the criminals of Zaun had retreated to whatever safety they could find, turning his enhanced perceptions toward the more elusive trail of the man who had remade him. His transformed consciousness could read the city's chemical history like pages in a vast book, identifying the distinctive markers that spoke of Singed's presence in ways that conventional investigation could never hope to achieve. The chemist's scent was unlike anything else in Zaun's toxic atmosphere, a complex mixture of experimental compounds and synthetic pheromones that spoke of modifications to his own biological systems. Where most inhabitants of the Undercity carried the simple chemical signatures of industrial exposure and urban living, Singed's trail told stories of self-experimentation that had pushed his own physiology beyond normal human parameters. The irony that creator and creation were both products of chemical transformation was not lost on Warwick's hybrid intelligence. Each discovered trace brought with it a flood of memories from his captivity, sensory recollections that his enhanced nervous system could replay with perfect fidelity. The sound of Singed's voice explaining each procedure, the clinical detachment in his eyes as he documented each stage of transformation, the methodical precision with which he had dismantled and rebuilt everything that Warwick had once considered immutably his own. These memories drove his pursuit with an intensity that was part human desire for confrontation and part animal need to complete unfinished business. You can sense how the hunt for his creator differed from his other activities in both scope and emotional complexity. Where his pursuit of common criminals was guided by clear moral principles, his feelings toward Singed encompassed contradictions that his transformed consciousness struggled to resolve. Rage at the violation of his autonomy mixed with something that might have been gratitude for the capabilities his transformation had provided. Hatred for the pain he had endured competed with fascination at the scientific achievement his own existence represented. The trail led him through layers of Zaun's underworld that he had never known existed during his previous life as a gang leader. Hidden laboratories where Singed had conducted preliminary experiments, safe houses where he had stored equipment and research materials, underground networks of contacts who had provided subjects and resources for his ongoing work. Each location told part of a larger story about the scope of the chemist's activities and the systematic nature of his research program. But Singed was not merely hiding. He was actively evading pursuit through methods that demonstrated an understanding of Warwick's enhanced capabilities that bordered on intimate knowledge. Chemical masking agents that could disrupt scent trails, pheromone scramblers that confused enhanced olfactory senses, even decoy signatures that led to dead ends or dangerous traps. The game of pursuit and evasion became a test of enhanced abilities against scientific countermeasures, predator against creator in a contest that pushed both participants beyond their apparent limitations. The few encounters they had shared since Warwick's escape were brief and unsatisfying, moments of near contact that ended with Singed's disappearance through prepared escape routes or chemical diversions that overwhelmed even enhanced senses. These glimpses revealed that the chemist had not remained static since his greatest experiment's escape, but had continued his own evolution through methods that made him increasingly difficult to track and capture. You might envision Warwick during these failed encounters, his predatory instincts screaming for immediate action, while his human intelligence recognized the futility of rushing toward quarry that had anticipated every possible approach. The patience required for this particular hunt was unlike anything his animal nature wanted to provide, demanding a synthesis of human planning and bestial persistence that tested the integration of his hybrid consciousness. The psychological dimension of their relationship added layers of complexity to what might otherwise have been simple predator-prey dynamics. Singed represented not just the source of Warwick's transformation, but the only being who truly understood what he had become. In a world where his existence was unique and isolating, his creator was the sole individual who could provide answers to questions about his nature that no one else could even comprehend. The knowledge that Singed continued his experiments on other subjects added urgency to Warwick's pursuit that transcended personal motivations. Each day that the chemist remained free meant additional victims subjected to transformations that might lack even the fortunate outcome that Warwick's case had achieved. His enhanced senses occasionally detected chemical signatures that spoke of recent surgical procedures, pain scents that carried the distinctive markers of biological modification, evidence that his own experience had been merely one chapter in a larger program of human experimentation. The moral implications of his pursuit created internal conflicts that his transformed consciousness struggled to resolve. Was his desire to confront Singed motivated by justice or revenge? Did his transformed nature give him the right to judge his creator, or was he simply a product seeking to destroy its maker? The questions multiplied as the hunt continued, each failed encounter deepening the philosophical complexity of their relationship. His investigation into Singed's activities revealed the full scope of the chemist's work and the network of support that enabled his continued research. Criminal organizations that provided subjects and funding, corrupt officials who ensured his activities remained hidden from legitimate authority, rival scientists who collaborated on projects that pushed the boundaries of ethical research. The pursuit of one individual had uncovered a conspiracy that threatened the already fragile stability of Zaun's social order. You can sense how this expanding understanding transformed Warwick's mission from personal vendetta into something larger and more significant. The elimination of Singed alone would not end the threat his research represented. The entire network of support and collaboration would need to be dismantled to prevent the creation of additional victims. The hunt for his creator had evolved into a campaign against a form of systematic evil that operated on scales his original human perspective could never have comprehended. The enhanced intelligence that resulted from his transformation provided capabilities that conventional investigation could not match, but it also revealed the true scope of the challenge he faced. Singed's work was not the product of individual madness, but part of a larger pattern of research that viewed human subjects as expendable resources in the pursuit of scientific advancement. The chemical signatures that told this story were written in compounds synthesized from the pain and terror of countless victims. Yet even as the hunt consumed increasing amounts of his time and attention, Warwick maintained the other aspects of his transformed existence that had given his life purpose since his escape. The protection of innocents, the elimination of predatory criminals, the enforcement of moral authority in spaces where conventional justice could not reach. These activities provided the emotional and ethical foundation that prevented his pursuit of Singed from becoming mere obsession. The nights when fresh traces of his creator's presence were discovered brought a mixture of excitement and dread that his hybrid consciousness experienced as intoxicating intensity. Each new clue was both progress toward eventual confrontation and evidence that Singed remained active, that additional victims were being subjected to transformations that might prove less successful than Warwick's own experience. In the chemical-soaked depths of Zaun's industrial maze, following trails that led through laboratories and safe houses, through networks of criminal collaboration and scientific conspiracy, Warwick continued his relentless pursuit of the being who had remade him. The hunt had become more than personal vendetta, evolving into a crusade against the systematic violation of human autonomy that Singed's work represented. When we seek answers from those who have fundamentally altered our existence, how do we prepare for truths that might challenge our understanding of our own transformed nature? Chapter 10. Echoes of Humanity. In the spaces between hunts, during the quiet hours when Zaun's criminal population had retreated to whatever safety they could find, Warwick sometimes discovered fragments of his former self emerging from the depths of his transformed consciousness, like survivors clawing their way out of wreckage. These moments of unexpected humanity were both precious and painful, offering glimpses of the man he had been, while highlighting the vast distance he had traveled from his original nature. The first such moment came during an encounter that should have been routine. Another criminal pursuit through the maze of catwalks and pipeworks that formed Zaun's vertical landscape, but as he cornered his quarry in a dead-end alley, his enhanced senses detected something that made his predatory instincts hesitate: the scent of a child, hidden in the shadows behind the cowering gang member, too frightened to flee, but too young to understand the danger. You might imagine the conflict that erupted in his transformed consciousness as animal hunting drives came into direct opposition with human protective instincts that had somehow survived Singed's modifications. The wolf nature that had been grafted onto his psyche demanded completion of the hunt, while memories of his own childhood in Zaun's unforgiving streets created emotional responses that his enhanced nervous system amplified beyond normal human experience. The criminal he had been pursuing was guilty of the kind of exploitation that his moral framework demanded punishment for, but the presence of the child complicated what should have been a simple equation of justice and retribution. In that moment of hesitation, as his claws remained extended but motionless, Warwick experienced something he had not felt since his transformation: uncertainty, born not from tactical confusion, but from emotional conflict. The resolution came through a synthesis of his dual nature that surprised him with its elegance. His enhanced intelligence found a solution that satisfied both predatory instincts and protective impulses, eliminating the threat while ensuring the child's safety in ways that demonstrated the unexpected sophistication of his hybrid consciousness. The encounter left him with questions about what other aspects of his original humanity might have survived the systematic reconstruction of his identity. These glimpses of his former self became more frequent as his transformed existence stabilized, emerging during moments when immediate survival pressures were absent, and his consciousness could explore the boundaries between his current nature and his historical identity. Sometimes they arrived as sense memories triggered by familiar scents or sounds, the aroma of a particular type of cooking that carried him back to childhood meals, the acoustic signature of machinery that reminded him of legitimate work he had done before turning to criminal enterprise. You can sense how these human echoes created their own form of hunting ground within his transformed psyche, territories of memory and emotion that his animal instincts could not easily navigate. The strategic thinking that had built his criminal organization, the capacity for loyalty that had earned him followers, the ability to form complex social bonds that had distinguished him from mere brutality, all remained present in altered forms that his current existence seldom provided opportunities to exercise. His encounters with V, the Piltovan enforcer whose own relationship with Zaun's underworld was marked by similar contradictions, became particular catalysts for these moments of unexpected humanity. Her scent carried traces of the same streets that had shaped his early life, the same mixture of determination and desperation that characterized those who fought to protect others in environments where protection was a luxury few could afford. Their first meeting had occurred during one of his hunts, when her pursuit of the same criminal enterprise had brought them into conflict over methods and jurisdiction. The violence that followed was brief but intense, a test of enhanced capabilities against Hextech augmented strength that ended without clear victor when their common enemy escaped in the confusion. But what remained with Warwick afterward was not the tactical lessons learned from the encounter, but the recognition of something familiar in her approach to justice. Vi's willingness to operate outside official constraints, to use force in service of protection rather than authority, resonated with aspects of his transformed consciousness that connected to memories of his own protective instincts toward those under his leadership. The realization that his current mission bore similarities to her law enforcement work, despite the vast differences in their methods and origins, provided an unexpected perspective on his own moral evolution. Their subsequent encounters developed into something that neither official cooperation nor outright hostility could adequately describe. She accepted his interventions when they served the greater good while maintaining the vigilance necessary when dealing with something that existed outside normal categories of ally or enemy. He recognized in her the kind of principled determination that his human nature respected, even as his predatory instincts remained wary of her enhanced strength and unpredictable tactics. You might envision the complexity of their relationship during joint operations against threats too significant for either to handle alone. Vi's Hex-Tech gauntlets provided the kind of overwhelming force that could breach fortified positions, while Warwick's enhanced senses and stealth capabilities allowed for reconnaissance and surgical strikes that conventional law enforcement could not achieve. Their collaboration was marked by mutual respect, tempered by the understanding that their methods and motivations remained fundamentally different. The criminal known as Jinx presented a different kind of challenge to his transformed consciousness, her chaotic energy and unpredictable violence, creating situations where his moral framework struggled to determine appropriate responses. Her scent carried the distinctive chemical signatures of extensive shimmer exposure, modifications to her nervous system that bore similarities to his own enhanced condition, while serving completely different purposes. His encounters with the blue-haired explosives expert forced him to confront questions about the relationship between transformation and moral responsibility. If his own modifications had created capabilities that enabled him to serve justice, what did her chemical-enhanced chaos represent? Was she victim or perpetrator, product of Zaun's toxic environment or active agent of its continued corruption? The answers, when they came, emerged through his enhanced ability to read the emotional undertones that shaped her apparently random violence. Beneath the manic laughter and explosive destruction, his predatory senses detected patterns of pain and loss that spoke of trauma processed through chemistry rather than healing. Her violence was not the calculated predation he had learned to hunt, but something more complex that his human memories recognized as cry for help, expressed through the only language her damaged psyche could access. These realizations about both Vi and Jinx created unexpected emotional responses in his transformed consciousness, connections to other damaged beings that transcended the simple predator-prey relationships his animal nature might have suggested. The recognition that Zaun had shaped all of them through different forms of chemical modification and environmental pressure provided a perspective on his own transformation that was both comforting and disturbing. The moments when his human consciousness surfaced most clearly often occurred during encounters with civilians who reminded him of his own origins, individuals whose scent carried the distinctive markers of desperation and resilience that had characterized his early life. Street chill, Dren who had learned to survive through intelligence and persistence, small business owners who maintained legitimate enterprises despite the pressures of criminal environment, families who supported each other through circumstances that would have broken lesser bonds. You can sense how these encounters served as mirrors that reflected aspects of his original personality he had assumed were lost. The capacity for empathy that had made him an effective leader, the ability to recognize potential in others that had built his organization, the protective instincts that had motivated his territorial behavior, all remained present in forms adapted to his current capabilities. But perhaps the most profound moments of human connection came through his relationship with the concept of choice itself. The recognition that his transformation, however involuntary, had provided him with opportunities to serve purposes larger than his original criminal ambitions, created a form of gratitude that coexisted uneasily with his rage at the violation of his autonomy. The nights when these human echoes were strongest, when his transformed consciousness could access memories and emotions that connected him to his original identity, were both the most peaceful and the most painful of his existence. They provided evidence that transformation, however complete, could not entirely eliminate the fundamental aspects of personality that had shaped his original nature, but they also highlighted the isolation that resulted from existing in a form that others could not understand or accept. In the chemical-soaked depths of Zaun's industrial maze, moving between his roles as predator and protector, hunter and guardian, Warwick continued to discover that humanity was not a fixed condition, but a fluid state that could survive even the most radical modifications to physical form and neural architecture. The man he had been continued to exist within the creature he had become, providing ethical guidance and emotional depth that enhanced rather than constrained his transformed capabilities. When the core of our identity persists through radical change, how do we honor both who we were and who we have become? Chapter 11. The Gray Between Worlds. In the vast ecosystem of urban decay and chemical innovation that defined Zaun's relationship with its gleaming sister city above, Warwick had evolved into something unprecedented, a creature that belonged fully to neither the world of legitimate authority nor the realm of simple criminality, but existed in the spaces between categories where conventional understanding failed to provide adequate classification. His transformation had positioned him as both product and critic of the forces that shaped the Undercity, a living symbol of what happened when the boundaries between progress and exploitation were dissolved in chemical solution. The territory he patrolled had grown to encompass not just the criminal enterprises that threatened individual civilians, but the broader systems of oppression and neglect that created the conditions requiring his intervention. His enhanced senses could detect the chemical signatures of exploitation that permeated Zaun's atmosphere, the molecular evidence of industrial processes that prioritized profit over human welfare, the toxic byproducts of innovation that treated the Undercity's inhabitants as acceptable casualties in the pursuit of progress. You might imagine him moving through the vertical maze of pipes and catwalks that connected Zaun's various levels, his transformed consciousness processing information that painted a picture of systematic injustice more complex than any individual criminal enterprise. The scent trails that led from Piltover's gleaming laboratories to Zaun's poisoned streets told stories of deliberate harm disguised as unavoidable consequence, of research that required test subjects who lacked the social status to protest their treatment. His relationship with Zaun's other inhabitants was marked by the same complexity that characterized everything about his transformed existence. The criminals he hunted feared him with an intensity that transcended normal predator-prey relationships, understanding that his capabilities made traditional methods of evasion and resistance ineffective. But the innocents he protected remained equally terrified, unable to distinguish between his selective violence and the random brutality they had learned to expect from the city's other monsters. This isolation was perhaps the most profound cost of his transformation, creating a loneliness that neither his human consciousness nor his animal instincts had been designed to endure. He existed as a category unto himself, too dangerous for normal social interaction, but too intelligent for simple animal companionship. The streets that had once been familiar territory became an alien landscape where his presence changed the fundamental dynamics of every encounter. You can sense how his activities had begun to shift the balance of power in ways that neither Piltover's authorities nor Zaun's criminal organizations could ignore. The elimination of predatory criminals created power vacuums that were filled by individuals whose methods aligned more closely with his moral framework. The protection he provided to legitimate businesses allowed them to operate without paying tribute to criminal organizations, disrupting revenue streams that had supported corruption for generations. But perhaps most significantly, his existence served as evidence that transformation itself was possible, that the chemical innovations emerging from the conflict between upper and lower cities could create capabilities that transcended the limitations of both human nature and conventional technology. The criminals who survived encounters with him carried stories that spread through underground networks, tales of enhancement that inspired both fear and fascination among those desperate enough to seek similar modifications. The broader implications of his presence in Zaun's ecosystem extended beyond immediate crime reduction to encompass questions about the future of human evolution in an environment where chemistry and technology offered paths to transcendence that natural selection could never provide. His hybrid consciousness represented a proof of concept for enhancement that combined the best aspects of multiple species while maintaining the intelligence necessary for moral judgment. His encounters with other enhanced individuals revealed the diversity of approaches that Zaun's chemical environment made possible. Some had sought transformation voluntarily, pursuing modifications that would provide advantages in the city's competitive landscape. Others, like himself, had been subjected to involuntary experimentation that had produced results their creators never intended. Each represented a different answer to the question of what humanity might become when traditional biological boundaries were dissolved. The Chem Barons who controlled much of Zaun's economy viewed his activities with particular concern, recognizing that his moral authority threatened business models that depended on the systematic exploitation of desperate populations. Their attempts to eliminate him through conventional means had failed spectacularly, teaching them that traditional approaches to problem-solving were inadequate when dealing with threats that operated according to enhanced capabilities. You might envision the careful negotiations that began to emerge as Zaun's power structures adapted to his presence, criminal organizations modifying their activities to avoid attracting his attention, while legitimate businesses gained confidence to operate more openly under his protection. The ecosystem was evolving in response to a new apex predator whose hunting patterns followed ethical rather than purely opportunistic principles. His relationship with the broader conflict between Piltover and Zaun was complicated by his unique perspective on both cities' contributions to the Undercity's problems. His enhanced senses could detect the chemical evidence of Piltover's industrial processes, the toxic waste that was dumped into Zaun's environment as an unavoidable byproduct of upper city prosperity. But his criminal background also provided understanding of how Zaun's inhabitants often collaborated in their own exploitation, participating in systems that perpetuated suffering for short-term individual gain. The moral framework that guided his activities was neither purely progressive nor traditionally conservative, but synthesized elements from both perspectives in ways that his hybrid consciousness found more satisfying than conventional political categories. He protected individual rights while recognizing the need for collective action, supported innovation while demanding accountability for its consequences, pursued justice while understanding the complexities that made simple solutions inadequate. His presence had begun to inspire movements among Zaun's population that sought to address systemic problems through organized resistance rather than individual criminal enterprise. The knowledge that someone with his capabilities was willing to intervene on behalf of the innocent provided encouragement for collective action that had previously seemed impossible, given the overwhelming advantages possessed by those with wealth and legitimate authority. The question of whether his activities represented evolution or revolution in Zaun's social development was debated in conversations that his enhanced hearing could detect from distances that speakers assumed provided privacy. Some viewed him as a harbinger of positive change, evidence that the city's problems could be addressed through enhanced individual capability rather than systemic reform. Others saw him as a symptom of deeper problems, a vigilante whose existence highlighted the failure of legitimate institutions to provide justice. You can sense how these debates reflected larger questions about the relationship between individual transformation and social progress, between enhanced capability and democratic governance, between moral authority and legal jurisdiction. His existence challenged assumptions about the nature of justice and the sources of legitimate power in ways that conventional political theory was not equipped to address. The children of Zaun, particularly those who had witnessed his interventions on behalf of the innocent, began to develop mythologies around his presence that transformed him from feared predator into protective guardian. Their stories, shared in whispered conversations when adults were not listening, created narratives that emphasized his role as defender of the weak rather than hunter of the guilty. These evolving perceptions reflected the gradual shift in how Zaun's population understood his place in their ecosystem. The initial terror that had accompanied reports of his activities was slowly being replaced by something more complex. Recognition that his presence served purposes that aligned with their own interests, even if his methods remained beyond their comprehension or control. His patrols had expanded to encompass the border zones where Zaun met Piltover, areas where the contrast between upper and lower city conditions was most stark, and the evidence of systematic inequality most obvious. These territories required different approaches to justice, dealing with criminals whose activities were protected by legitimate authority and victims whose suffering was dismissed as unavoidable consequence of necessary progress. In the chemical-soaked spaces between worlds, moving through territories that belonged fully to neither Piltover nor Zaun, but partook of both cities' contradictions, Warwick continued to serve as a bridge between human ambition and animal instinct, between individual enhancement and collective responsibility. His transformation had positioned him uniquely to understand the costs and benefits of transcending natural limitations, while his moral evolution provided guidance for using enhanced capabilities in service of purposes larger than mere survival. When we exist between categories that others use to understand the world, how do we define our own place in the larger story of social evolution? Chapter 12. The Howl in the Darkness. As our journey through the depths of transformation draws toward its close, we find Warwick perched atop one of Zaun's highest industrial towers, his enhanced senses taking in the vast chemical symphony of the city below, while his hybrid consciousness contemplates the distance he has traveled from the man he once was to the creature he has become. The howl that emerges from his throat in these quiet moments is neither fully human cry nor simple animal call, but something new that speaks to the possibility of transcendence even in the darkest circumstances. The city spread beneath him tells a story of endless transformation, chemical processes that convert raw materials into useful products while generating byproducts that reshape the environment in ways both beneficial and harmful. In this urban ecosystem where change is the only constant, Warwick has come to understand that his own metamorphosis represents not aberration but acceleration, a compressed evolution that reveals possibilities normally hidden by the gradual pace of natural development. You might sense the profound solitude that accompanies this elevated perspective, the isolation that comes from existing at the intersection of multiple natures without belonging fully to any single category. The criminals below fear him for reasons they cannot articulate, while the innocents he protects remain unable to distinguish between his selective violence and the random brutality that has shaped their understanding of enhanced beings. He exists in the spaces between human and animal, between monster and guardian, between product of science and agent of moral authority. Yet this isolation has also provided forms of clarity that his previous existence as a gang leader could never have achieved. The enhancement of his senses has revealed the true complexity of Zaun's social ecosystem, the intricate networks of cause and effect that connect individual choices to collective consequences. His hybrid consciousness can perceive patterns of behavior and environmental influence that explain why the city produces so many who turn to criminal enterprise while simultaneously creating the conditions that make such choices seem rational. The question of redemption, which has haunted his transformed consciousness since his escape from Singst's laboratory, has evolved from simple binary consideration into something more nuanced and profound. The capacity for moral choice that survived his physical reconstruction suggests that identity itself may be more resilient than conventional understanding assumes. If the core of human nature can persist through radical transformation, then perhaps redemption is not a matter of returning to original innocence, but of choosing how to use enhanced capabilities in service of purposes larger than individual survival. His encounters with other enhanced beings throughout Zaun have revealed the diversity of paths that transformation can take, the range of outcomes possible when human consciousness is subjected to chemical and technological modification. Some have lost themselves entirely in the process, becoming creatures driven by enhanced instincts without the moral framework necessary for ethical behavior. Others have retained their humanity, while gaining capabilities that allow them to serve purposes their original forms could never have achieved. You can sense how these observations have shaped his understanding of his own condition, providing perspective that transforms personal tragedy into broader insight about the nature of identity and choice. The violation of his autonomy that Sinjid's experimentation represented has become the foundation for a form of agency that transcends normal human limitations. The loss of his original form has enabled discoveries about the resilience of consciousness that no conventional psychology could have predicted. The pursuit of his creator continues, but it has evolved from simple revenge into something more complex and purposeful. Singed represents not just the source of personal trauma, but the embodiment of a philosophy that views sentient beings as raw materials for experimentation without consent. The hunt for the mad chemist has become a crusade against the systematic violation of autonomy that his work represents, a mission that serves purposes larger than personal satisfaction. The relationship between his enhanced capabilities and his moral development has revealed unexpected synergies, ways that increased physical power can serve ethical purposes when guided by principles that transcend self-interest. His predatory instincts have become tools for identifying and eliminating those who prey upon the innocent, while his human consciousness provides the framework for distinguishing between necessary violence and gratuitous cruelty. The children of Zaun, who have grown up with stories of his interventions, represent a generation that will understand enhancement differently than their parents, seeing transformation as potential rather than merely threat. Their mythologies transform him from monster into guardian, creating narratives that emphasize protection rather than predation. These evolving perceptions suggest that the future may hold possibilities for integration between enhanced and unmodified beings that current fear makes difficult to imagine. You might envision the gradual changes occurring throughout Zaun as his presence reshapes the dynamics of criminal enterprise and legitimate business, creating spaces where different approaches to survival and prosperity can emerge. The ecosystem is adapting to accommodate a new form of apex predator whose hunting patterns follow moral rather than merely opportunistic principles, demonstrating the possibility for enhanced beings to serve collective rather than purely individual interests. The nights when his human consciousness surfaces most clearly, when memories of his original identity provide emotional connection to the person he once was, have become opportunities for integration rather than sources of confusion. The strategic intelligence that built his criminal organization serves his current mission of protecting the innocent, while the capacity for loyalty that earned him followers has evolved into commitment to principles larger than personal ambition. His relationship with the concept of monstrosity itself has undergone profound evolution, shifting from simple fear of what he has become to nuanced understanding of how appearance and behavior interact to create social categories. The form that Singed gave him appears monstrous to those who encounter him, but his actions serve purposes that conventional heroism often cannot achieve. The recognition that monstrosity may be more about choice than appearance has provided a framework for understanding his place in Zaun's ecosystem. The possibility of further transformation, whether through continued evolution of his hybrid consciousness or additional modification of his physical form, no longer holds the terror it once did. If identity can survive one radical change, then perhaps it can persist through others, adapting and growing rather than simply enduring. The future may hold developments that reshape his existence in ways he cannot currently imagine, but his experience suggests that the core of self can remain constant even when everything else changes. You can sense how the city itself has become his teacher, its chemical complexity providing lessons about adaptation and resilience that no conventional education could have offered. Zaun's environment demands constant evolution from its inhabitants, rewarding those who can change while maintaining their essential nature. His transformation represents an extreme example of this urban Darwinism, but also demonstrates that survival can serve purposes more meaningful than mere continuation of existence. The howl that pierces the chemical-laden air around him carries notes of loss and triumph, grief for what was sacrificed and celebration of what was gained. It speaks to the possibility that transformation, however involuntary and traumatic, can become the foundation for forms of agency and purpose that original existence could never have achieved. The monster that emerged from Singed Laboratory has discovered that monstrosity itself can be redeemed through service to others. In the spaces between human and animal, between individual and community, between past and future, Warwick continues his strange mission of enforced justice and reluctant protection. His existence challenges conventional categories, while demonstrating that the boundaries between them may be more fluid than traditional understanding suggests. The creature who hunts in Zaun's depths has become living proof that identity transcends form, that consciousness can adapt to circumstances that would seem to prohibit survival, that redemption may be possible even for those who have traveled furthest from their original nature. As the chemical storms that periodically sweep through Zaun's atmosphere begin to gather on the horizon, promising another night of enhanced hunting opportunities and moral complexity, Warwick prepares to descend once again into the urban ecosystem that has become both his hunting ground and his home. The transformation that began in Singe's laboratory continues in the streets below, guided now by choices rather than chemistry, purpose rather than mere instinct. When we have been fundamentally changed by forces beyond our control, how do we distinguish between the monsters we fear to become and the guardians we might choose to be?